Hello, and welcome back to Factorio Space Exploration. This is flickering because I'm low on oil. Okay, that needs to be addressed. But today, I want to mess with the core mining, which should need a little more infrastructure first. I still have to set up the copper and stone. But while setting that up, I also need to get prepped for a rocket launch to make research progress. Short on rocket sections, which will be done in time. So I just need to set up supplies for this. Which doesn't really work with my current system. Hello. I'm debating something now. I'd probably ditch the research and just move the requester over. I'm gonna have to figure out how I want to actually launch this PS today. I'm gonna look at the core mining properly, finally. I have a list of stuff to prepare. I actually planned ahead a little. I was looking online to figure out how much this actually produces, because 100 per second seemed like a lot, but I don't think that's what it is. It's because 100 fragments per second would be 100 pulverizers to keep up, and that would be a bit over the top, so I need to at least put it down to see how it works. Yeah, it'll be fun. I do need to set up another of these for stone, and then somewhere for the stone to go. And then I need to loop in other outputs, but it should be fun if I probably set up the core mining there, actually. I was considering a lot of places. Like here, here, here. Those are the 3, 4 possible convenient locations. But then it's also a question of how many pulverizers I need. Because if I need a ton of pulverizers, this might actually be the ideal location. Oh, yes. Oh, the fragments onto them? I guess, yeah, it's more flexible that way. Oh, I don't blame it, but it just doesn't quite fit aesthetically. Okay, so it is 15 core fragments per second, which is manageable compared to the alternative. But if it's directly onto the network, it's probably easiest here, because I can just mine it and have a stop. That stop will be bad. I'd have to load it in the middle. I'll see if I can make a stop there. I should be able to, and then that would be pretty easy. Yeah, I was planning to process the fragments on site, but I guess for future scaling it's better to have them all bring it to one site and process it all there. Robots? Because it's in range, the robots are coming from a different area. Okay. So I'm just gonna look at how it works. Oops, don't get hit by a train. Okay, place the power. Open it. Edit. Interesting. Oh, it outputs. Oh, that's weird. That's not what I expected. Oh. That's not what I expected at all. Interesting. Well, I would have... it makes sense. I just didn't expect it to be this tiny little single output. But yeah, I guess that makes a lot of sense. Well, oh, they stacked to 20, which is just ugly in an inventory. Okay. Interesting. Oh, actually, that won't work. That part can be copied. Maybe. Or I could do it up here. Yeah, okay. So at least for this one, with what I already have built, I think that's fine. I've mostly tried to avoid looking at, you know, how people actually do stuff, but I did see that while trying to figure out the output or production rate of one, I saw something about just sending it directly into a warehouse and then, maybe for a different step, but into a warehouse and then other stuff could work. Okay, this can be moved up there. I'll have to think about what I want to do. I definitely can't just belt out because that would never work. That does look better than I expected. Because these are 45 per second, which means 22.5 per side. So that actually does just work. Which means current speed, a red belt would be perfect. Yeah. If it sped up any more, it would be a problem. But I think blues look plenty functional. Which is slightly surprising to me. Okay, I just need to get... Oh wait, if I hold a inserter... wait. It's green there. Just do the normal. And then just split it. And there will be flaws with this. It won't be optimal use of the inserters, but it will, on a basic level, function. My productivity is sitting at... Okay, yeah, it is actually like 20 per second because of productivity. That's funny. The information on the right is saying mining speed 100 per second and then 19.5 per second, but the expected resources are 15 per second. Odd. Map. Give me this. Maybe expected is before any thing is implemented. This will be, this will just be a pickup, so I don't want to turn this on yet because it will break my entire system. Well, it won't, it'll just waste it. It'll just waste time. Man, it seems like it could be better. Oh yeah, that flickers a lot like this because it's on and off constantly. I wonder if a chest would stop the flickering. Yes, okay. I feel like I kind of have to put it directly into a chest or a warehouse because that flickering, even if I won't see it, is awful. I can just shift this. Nope. Cut. Move it over one. This might not be fast enough. I might need something else to extract with. This is 6. 12. It'll be close. It'll be close to fast enough. Where the easy supplement would be that. Just to be sure it's fast enough, and it should stop flickering now. And it will solve that visual problem. Good. That flickering was awful. Actually, it'd be kind of more practical to do that. Doesn't change anything meaningfully, but okay. That's at least doing stuff for now while I do my next task, which is figuring out the rocket stuff. I could decide on how to do this. I only have one of these. I probably just steal it from the top left where I'm making assemblers. Yes, I think I just take this chest. And regret filling my inventory with garbage. Use this from other planet. I need to start filling the... This will need... the basic setup. So, those will multiply this. Most of that could be useful. I don't need the sciences. And I do need inserters. I probably want to add assembling machines. I have a list. Assembling machines, I want drills. These are stuff I can do by hand, but assemblers, stuff to process oil, which I don't have automated. I have to craft those manually right now. Probably should automate them. Belts and pipes are needed, but I should do that in a separate controller, power poles, big electrics, and substations. Robots are bad on this planet. Assuming that interference you want low. So these two are good for robot. This one's bad, but having a few is probably necessary. But not relying on it. Oh yes, I need these are generic. Okay. Based on it's listed as wind, so I'm guessing they just move slower, which in turn makes it cost more energy and stuff. Oh, I want to power, but power is its own task that I'll handle manually. I don't want to multiply that by 10. Why does this not look right? Each times 10, output each, getting nothing. Oh, power. Okay. It needs power to multiply by 10. Makes sense. I don't need that. I need maybe 2. Ah. Okay. So as long as I'm not trying to bring up 5,000 with nothing to replace them, I should be fine. This does not need to be multiplied that much. This will be for... I think I should put the power... some of the power stuff that I need, which is... this. I don't need as much as I have, but I'm going to copy... that. I might have to actually make that into a blueprint to do the copy thing, but what if I do shift click here? Will it break? I think I don't want to do that. Okay, blueprint and then do it from there. Copy, highlight, shift, blueprint, test, power, typo. Place it there. If I control click, shift click, nope, cancel that. Nope, that's blueprints. Interesting. Having that there also helps, even if I don't. Even read it differently, it's probably fine. Chest, I should get. $50 of these, 50 of these. 10 is way more than I needed. Any of these scale. Green, this feeds into that. That is this filling up. Okay, that's good. So now this will continue collecting, which will be handled manually. Cargo rocket silo, blue belts. Oh yes, the efficient turbines. I wanted to make sure I researched those for potential options. So yes, currently nothing because it's only inputting that because I'd never connected that. half of these don't get auto-crafted anywhere. Set requests, which all looks fine. Not all of this exists. That's fine. It's not an issue. Manually crafting, that's a pain, so I should do something. Oh, you can actually have circuit control and non-circuit controlled as two things. That's good. Can I control that? I could. I wonder if there's any value in filtering that. Okay. Drills, generic materials. I don't think I need all of those. When I'm here, I need to follow that crafting chain, or Cryonite, which works in industrial furnaces. I'm not going to use thermodynamics, so yeah, industrial furnace, unless I only need to process that. No, I think I want to process it on land for now. There's no sense in trying to do this, because if I need the Cryonite slush to get ice, to ship ice, that would mean shipping the rods back down. So there's industrial furnaces for that. Chemical plants. Pulverizer. Drill. Okay. So pulverizer. 1 half second, so that's 2 cryonite per second. Except it's half that, so it's 4 cryonite per second per pulverizer. This processes for, wait, 4 per second. The next step is for every 3 seconds, which means 3 times. These are called chemical plants. 3 times plants for what? Same ratio of 4 per second. And then this is its own mess. 2.5. I should. Look, is that... one of the websites that exists, or it's a mod, yeah. Should look into that. Updated a month ago, presumably with compatibility systems. Yeah, that would make the math not manual. 10 seconds, it's a quarter, 2.5 seconds for 2. Which means 2.5 times 4 per second. If I multiply that by 2, 2 furnaces is 1 over 2.5. So 10 furnaces. 10 furnaces to 2 pulverizers and 6 plants. Okay. Yeah, it's probably better to not spend a bunch of time doing math. So this goes into the next step, chemical plants. Which make the crystals, which then go into these. To make the rods. So that's the most basic necessities. 4 per second, double 8, 8. I feel like I probably might have. Oh, the math is weird. I think the math is fine. I just don't trust it. But that's what gets the rods to make. I don't have the science research, so I can't look it up there. The rods for the science itself. So that's the most important. The slush needs sulfuric acid, which is just more chemical plants. So that doesn't look too bad. I should improve my I should improve that. Yeah, it actually, I didn't actually pay enough attention. Yes, the water to steam is a full return? Or is it just a partial refund? I don't know the various steam conversions. Yeah, this is perfect, yeah. Well, it's not leaving the steam in... The crystals do not contain steam, or contain water as part of their form. It's not a loss in any way. Why can they not deliver fast inserters? That doesn't seem right. Oh. Ooh. That's not good. Did I break the line? Doesn't look broken. Nope, it definitely is broken because I upgraded it. I upgraded one of them to yellow and it broke the function. Okay. That makes a lot of sense. Because yeah, I did just sort of drag the entire upgrade across this entire area, completely forgetting that I'd chosen in this one spot to do this. Should be more careful in the future. I know I won't be, but I should be. Okay, that will fix that. And I can also copy... I can't copy that quite how I would like to. I can copy... enough of it. I'm gonna belt. No, I'm not. Oh, I'm lost. just to check. Yes, let's move over. And that will start building, hopefully. To double check. The recipes need to be changed to the fact that these can't do stone, so this is not what I need. I guess I can just do normal stone. I guess I can convert this to stone instead. Ship all my stone central instead of shipping it out. It will probably be a problem if I did, though. Long term, it would be a bad idea, because processing it here and then shipping it out would be worse than just processing it somewhere else. I kind of didn't expect that to be noticeable. So I guess I need to use electric furnaces for the same thing, which is kind of awkward, because I could just copy the whole thing and modify it, and that's probably what I'm going to do, but they aren't the same size. It's unfortunate. I guess I should paste it somewhere else. Work on it here. I mean, it is exactly as described that you can't use that for ceramics. I think might have been what they did. No, they wouldn't have labeled it ceramic. Ceramic doesn't feel like the correct word. Okay. I would have to do math if I wanted to be more precise, but I think I'm content with just sort of this for now. All right. Just to check, these are crafting speed 2. These are crafting speed, I think it was 4. Yes, they're twice, and the modules are more limited. But it should be overkill if this is the only thing currently being supplied. By the core mining stone. This should be way more than I need for now. And it can probably be improved when necessary, when I have other upgrades already. I hope. It'd feel kind of anticlimactic if the... Oh, should we just ignore that one? Yeah, it did good. It would be quite anticlimactic if there's no way to upgrade the stone processing ever. That should probably be cut and moved up. bit. It's a pretty good location. Oh, that's actually too far, I forgot. I didn't put the upper side of it. Should be fine there. That looks correct. That looks... there, any power? I didn't account for the limitations of those industrial furnaces. Ooh, I definitely need to keep that in mind. I need to ship... if I need to cook stone, I need to make sure that I bring some normal furnaces. Which, honestly, I'm glad to have had that effectively brought to my attention now, instead of when I'm on a different moon. That looks functional. And if there's issues, I will find them, hopefully. Just because I don't trust myself. I didn't include roboports. Shall get built. Then I need to copy my intersection. That's probably never gonna actually get used. Better to have it than not. Will be stone. This is copper. That is... 3 of the core mining components will be dealt with. The water, the coal, and the oil all need a station to deliver into my oil processing. The uranium will get dropped off to be processed somewhere near my uranium stuff. And the pyro, whatever it's called, will be dumped into a tank and then used for an amount of steel. Likely not very much steel, but enough to do something. Pick up some tracks and stuff though, because I don't have enough space. How are these going? I need to start the necessary effort to switch off of that current copper setup by turning this one on. The delays in turning this one on were caused by this. I wanted to improve the routing of the materials, but honestly, this feels good enough. I don't think I really need to change that at all. For now. Oops, I misplaced that. Why? Why does that not line up? What did I change? Oh, I probably just shifted it, and the way that train stuff works is that it's less flexible. Let's place that and fix it. Don't carry me away. Don't get kidnapped by belts. Oh no, that's... yeah, that needs to move there. So that should be fine, which means that I can turn this to copper drop-off, 1 train limit, higher priority. This is a pickup station, which could have waited till the buffers built up a little, but... Are my... No, those are set up. Did I use them all? Yes, because the chest gets emptied out and shipped here, and I have a huge buffer. Which is why they can't build what they need to build. They can definitely build that, though. Guess this is building well. This is still just sitting here, which is expected. And my robots crashed again. It's always funny. Okay, get building my robots, or not. Did I leave them behind? Maybe. Oh, yes, that's what I was also waiting for. I was going to switch this to a different type of drop-off. Okay, let's do... no, train limit 0 is what I want there. Train limit 1, does that change them both, or does it just change the local one? It should just change the local one, I think, so. I just need to actually have a copper drop-off, otherwise it's going to sit here forever. But if I change this to a copper plate symbol drop-off, what will the one sitting here do? Probably not good things. Yes, I figured they would just sit here. Probably kill that, and then it will redirect down here. This will cause a problem because it has nowhere to go right now. Okay, it's not this one though. What is this train? No, that's copper drop off. What was that path that it followed to get here? Why did it swing by here? The copper should all be coming from up here. Oh, I need to fix that. This needs to not have that. Okay. I never did implement the proper four-way intersection there. Which is why that was a bad path. Still has that, and that should be fine. I should really implement the intersection there. This will sit here for a long time. This will unload its cargo, and then I will have copper plates mixing in with everything else, and that will be a problem. I should have just made another stop and used it instead. But this will need to output plates right here and down there, and I already determined that was easy. Because this goes here, I have to adjust that. I only need to feed the copper in here. So I could be using higher tier belts for this. This is going to cause everything to break, because despite being a ghost, it still stops the objects before it gets placed. And I should not let that go yet. And this needs to be filtered to the right, because otherwise it will potentially output copper plates onto that belt, and that would be bad. Okay, so that's where that will feed. The other will just feed straight up here for now. I feed it right here, so I'll wait till this is all done. Okay, that got ahead of me. Break it there. Collect all of this. And it didn't get too far ahead of me. Now that can probably start moving. Yes, okay, that's feeding into there, so not having that is fine. I need a splitter. That is still running yellow belt. It's not going to run it for much longer, though. I should probably upgrade it all to blues soon. But I just need this to work. Okay. Math is not hard. Okay. Get those delivered, then I'm just gonna dump all of them in those chests. And then deal with it later. Probably dump it into a train. Why are these not building? Did I actually run out of blues again? Nope, I'm not out of blues. Oh, it's... No? Yes, it is just out of range, okay. Because this one's not being built, because this isn't being built, because I don't have those automated. Because I chose not to automate them until I have robots to do it for me. Which is continually causing problems. I'm hitting control to grab the item. I'm not letting go of control. I'm trying to close the interface, and I'm accidentally opening the recipe book. Which is kind of interesting that it does actually overpower whatever interface you're in. But now that's copper. Probably should run blue at least to the splitter. But that is better. Okay. If I lie down here, this will get the power connected. I can get this all built. Most of this is now in range. All this is in range. And now I just need this to be... I have nothing stone-based yet, so stone drop-off would cause no problems. Stone drop-off. The pickup would be a problem, so I can't connect that yet. I won't copy that because it's a different layout here, because it uses a different furnace type. For cruel reasons. Stone feels the most likely to cause problems, because I don't know what my stone consumption is like. This is production, it's consumption. I am using almost 1,000 a minute. That should be completely fine. I am using half as much as I am as iron plates, but it's actually comparable to that. Stone bricks is only 200 though. So I'll need to make sure I get it converting to tablets, I guess. Because that feels like it's most likely to cause a problem. It's the one that feels most likely to cause a problem. I have to be careful. I have no reason to use that type of power pole when I could just do... I mean, it looks better. That's enough of a reason to use that power pole. Okay, that's that. That's not being built because I don't have those power things in my logistics system. This should be able to process... It's actually way easier to do this. be able to process all the stone, I hope. Oops, copy that. These go through 2.8 crafting speed. Not super fast. It's actually significantly slower than the ones over there. But there are 120 versus 72, 50% more. I can also make it a little bit longer. I should have left more space to make it longer. But if my math is correct, I have to run, I think, 16 pulverizers, because this clears one core fragment. Well, 15, not 16, but one core fragment per second. But they can be speed boosted, which doesn't change the endpoint of processing based off of one drill, which is, yeah, 15 fragments per second, which is 3/4 of this, which means 6 stone per second. I am pretty confident, and unless my math is way off, this should be fine. And I think my math would have to be so far off for this not to be enough, considering I have absolutely nothing else hooked up to this system right now. But I need to figure out where to send the brick. Currently, these bricks are constantly underutilized. The biggest consumption of bricks is circuits. So I could make another station just for circuits. That's an option. And if I made a station for green circuits, I'd probably need a station for red circuits. And if I had a station for red circuits, I would need plastic. It's a lot of stuff that kind of feeds in. But if I instead just do my best to feed the bricks here. Stone, the best ingredient. Is there any options here? Refined concrete uses all of those materials. It does increase the density. I could produce that. Seems like a bad plan. Stone, the worst material. I'm short on plastic because I'm short on oil. And I'm short on oil because oil on this planet is bad. And I need to go over here if I want to remedy that. Oh, they went away. Good. I guess I do need to spend some time blowing up more of those if I want the oil. That group will be easy to wipe out. As should that group. What an obnoxious issue to deal with sometimes. I'm trying to deliver something, I don't need it. So I'll get sidetracked by a necessary task for a moment and think about what I need to focus. Let's just scan these areas real quick. Yeah, those probably could do with being wiped out. Just for simplicity's sake. They are still there, so I have to pay attention. Up. The core mining will be limited by... Currently, I think the biggest issue is figuring out how to make sure I have the stone getting processed. Which feels like it needs me to set up feels like it means I need to set up proper circuit stations for trains, which will be an inevitability, but feels like I should be able to not do that right away. Have to be careful that I pick these up in time. That is actually the range. Oh, they actually wiped it out. Nice. Good job, artillery. Only one nest there. Is this isolated? It is, so I can leave them there forever. Or until I want to trim the map. Wonderful. It's too far. Then I need to get to work on... I really need to get this rocket filling up. So is this set up? Okay, it's still filling because my science is still going. Good. It really doesn't use a lot of ice. It's quite efficient. Vitamagel, methane. Oh, Vitamelange. This just seems so irrelevant. It just might have a use case eventually, but for now... Oop! That was right in front of me. That did damage to me. Huh. I don't know why I felt like it would be unlikely to, but... it's unexpected. When stuff becomes important, it'll be fun. Because this is not controlled properly. Whoopsies. Well, that's a waste of time. I'll have to figure out where they're storing that, but... I don't actually want that to be requested. This, I'll have to either set up some basic automation or do it manually. Neither of which is things I want to do. These actually are pretty easy to do. It's the warehouses that are annoying. Okay. Generic materials, I need to add... Those stacked to 100. I thought those were one that went to 200. That. I do steel. There. Copper, steel, iron. Oh yes, an amount of stone. Which most of these I can get on the planet. Actually, I should double check what I can't get on this moon. I have very little stone. I have fairly low copper, and I have basically no iron, so I definitely need to ship a lot of those. Was it still working on your worldwide train setup? My steel is looking bad. This needs to be fixed at some point. This is why my steel's looking bad, because that's all I'm supplying it with. You're making a quarter belt of big electric motors and working on that. What am I doing? This is there, this is there. That's not running because the stone. Stone pickup won't do anything anytime soon. Oh, I also need to make a station to process stuff. A lot of things that I need to think about shipping. 'Cause that planet has... I guess the numbers say it's bad for iron and stuff, but the stone... Copper, yeah. It is really lacking on those. I need to make sure I send a lot of iron and copper when I leave. Iron, copper, steel. The biggest things to ship. Okay, loud. And now it's no longer going to be loud for a bit. And I'm actually way too close, and these are going to need to be picked up way too quickly. I guess. I'm just... I guess thinking about... packing what I need. Bringing iron and copper to craft stuff I forget is worse than just making sure I bring everything I need. Okay, leave them alone. There's no more nests here. I'm also, I think, making a functional... There's a few things that I do want to have functional on that planet, which is meteor defense point ammo. I need coal and iron, which shipping that's not good. But I should get crafting. I should get the meteor point defenses crafting, because those I definitely don't want to build there. Or I don't want to craft there, but I want to place down the buildings, which is kind of building. It's all kind of silly. Yeah, I mean, mine, having just looked at it in a little more detail, I don't think I can actually... I can't easily supply meteor ammo on site, given that I have not seen any iron yet. Oh, maybe there's some right there? Nope, that's ice. So I might have to reconsider the meteor defense if I do indeed commit to it. So if I'm shipping meteor ammo, I probably will ship the better defense system. Because then that will just be easier. Ooh, unless they stack differently. That would be important. I should check that. I'm actually thinking... I was planning on trying... Because this planet has water and uranium on... It doesn't have iron. It's actually... It has very little iron. It's actually making the... Iron might be the limiting factor on doing nuclear here. Because I might not be able to craft the fuel. Which is pretty funny, honestly. Iron being the limiting factor in nuclear fuel. Outside of maybe core mining, but that's a bad idea. Oh, don't worry. It was a very quiet time playing Hades. No? Oh, there's my iron. I think that's the only iron I've seen on this planet. 11k iron. Which... If I commit all of the iron in that patch to power, that would probably keep me powered for a long time. I can never remember which tab. Nuclear. Nope. Fuel. There. Yeah, 10 plates to 10 fuel cells. Like 11,000 fuel cells would keep it fueled for as long as I can be bothered. This is all here. This is still sitting there. That's fine. This drop-off can probably have 2 without causing problems. Yeah, cargo ships are gonna be a problem. Yes! I did kind of write off... I did write off delivery cannons. Entirely? I don't know how to spell. Let's just go here. Sequence. So, allows accurate delivery of contained resources via delivery cannon, crafting speed, stack size, whatever. Delivery cannon chest. An armored chest designed to safely catch them. Storage size of 40? Pretty good for nuclear fuel and maybe even meteor defense ammo. And that could probably be automated pretty easily. The capsules are easy. They just get loaded, I assume. And assuming signals work in a similar way, then doing shipments, having a necessary, like if something drops below a certain point, send a shipment of that, have it get pulled out right away, and then working around that. Or maybe I could have one can. I'll have to learn how these work if I want to use them, but that would be a good idea that I wrote off because I was more focused on the idea of a different type of system where it's all done on planet. That's an interesting weapon. Pretty grim. Yeah. It fits a lot. But that's a little unexpected to spot. Just a tool of total planetary annihilation. Like, it's on brand. Where am I producing my steel chests? Oh, probably just in a random spot. Right here. Yeah, I can't really work with that to make better chests. Yeah. And I mean, all you need is life support to visit later. And if you just don't visit and just have robots do all your work, hey, it's convenient. And definitely not a horrifying, like, evil, space empire thing to do. But this isn't an empire, this is one... Oop, that was lucky. One random engineer person doing it. Why is this bad? Sulfur, okay. I guess I should focus on getting my oil functional again. Because that will slow down production. This... The oil is not necessary to get other things set up. It's just necessary for my sanity, because I actually really just need to figure out stone, because once I have stone set up, once I have sufficient consumption of stone, I'll be pretty much good to go on the most annoying parts of core mining. Oops, too many. Oh well. I think the oil will be pretty easy to deal with, as long as I do a good job prioritizing stuff. Need to be careful of that. Okay, I think there's 2 more clusters to wipe out, and then I can wall off here, wipe out those other two clusters, and then I can induce suffering. Onto the local oil. I'm gonna waste the railgun shots just to clear these out. Ooh, that's dangerous. Oh. It'll be nice to go onto that ice planet where there's no biters or anything. It'll be peaceful. No one to explode. I should stop stalling on a totally different topic. I need to get refined concrete if I want elevated rails. And I already stole this requester back. So, messy concrete. It's like, are you on your you're on a non-Nauvis planet, and it doesn't produce rocket parts yet, but you... So, obviously you have the resources to make them, but in a sense, are you stranded on this planet, or are you just totally fine to do the basic? 6. Concrete, steel, water. Sticks can be redirected. Concrete will be grabbed. Power. Oops, that will never work. Truly lazy. Ooh, efficient. Actually, yeah, the barrel... Beryllium cargo rocket sections. How much does that help? Trying to find my cargo rocket there. No, cargo rocket. I want to compare them because it is important. What does that help? So rocket control, cargo, fuel, heat shielding, low density. You make 2 per craft with the addition of the beryllium plates. So everything is effectively half off except for the beryllium. Ooh. Is it a... Ah. It is a chain of... It is a processing chain. Oh. Interesting. It's a... I'm assuming it's semi based in some degree of fact. But the fact that it's like 100 powder to an ingot and not like using a liquid is kind of different. It's kind of cool. But this is beryl and cryonite. I have some beryl here. That's convenient for the future, potentially. Steel and sticks. Go to the steel. Where's the nearest steel? Probably just down here. Which is currently an issue because I should just pull it from there. Yes, probably just pull it from there. And feed some iron into it because I need to improve my steel. Give me blue belts. Is a more efficient barrel. Coal ingot versus... Okay, so yeah, there is the molten one. Okay, that makes a lot more sense to me. But I guess I did forget that the pyroflux is its own component in all of these recipes. This is not a good routing job, but this is not even. This is not an acceptable layout at all. It is horrendous. Give me some of these. To a big chest. Terrible build. Ooh. Yeah, I guess I assume like full like automation based on demand and stuff instead, like when it needs it, it will ship it instead of trying to like just make it work manually, which would work and then stop working very quickly. Okay, like I said, I wanted elevated rails, 100 refined concrete each. That's pretty cheap. Sadly, my concrete setup is terrible, and I will need to replace it at some point. And that point should probably be pretty soon. What are they doing? Oh, they're picking up from me, not the chest. Okay. Okay, so that's exactly what I would do. So you haven't yet reached the point where you need to... Oh, yeah, this stuff. You haven't reached the point where you need to do more than that. But I assume it is definitely the case eventually. This refined concrete setup is kind of upsetting. It's just so bad. It's enough for what I need. And if I just let it trickle and fill the warehouse, it'll be fine. Or a strong box. But it's honestly like probably the worst thing I've built. Even with all the spaghetti messes down here, and I think this concrete is the worst thing I've built because it could be so much better so easily. But since I don't need it to be better yet, I kind of can't be bothered. Okay, can I split my iron onto my steel production? I probably could. Especially if I upgrade the belts. If I upgrade these to blues, I might be fine. Don't hit me with the train, please. Like the actual vulcanite is also kind of a nuisance on its own. Nuisance, bit of one of the various like feedback loop type Different areas. Oh yeah, this is actually all connected to the roboports. I don't need to worry about doing this manually. I just need to upgrade it. Being careful not to break any of my terrible setups. Okay, so that's how I'm feeding iron in. That's really bad. Like, that's a terrible setup. And it would really benefit from some upgrades. But if I split off here, I can feed into my steel as a temporary measure. This will cause a problem in the short term with how this is feeding in, but I think long term it will be fine. And I just need this to be fixed now. Oh. Yeah, that's it. Like, anything that needs 9 splitters sounds like it will be messy very quickly. But I don't need to prioritize this belt. It will cause problems, but this should back up pretty quickly. I hope. It'll just need to fill the belts, and then it will catch up, hopefully. Or not, and I'm misjudging the amount of iron. Oh, yes, obviously. If it's not blue belts the whole way, it's a problem, and they're not filling it as quick as I thought they would. These robots are doing a very slow job. Oh, I mean, how could you replace a setup that made no sense but worked? Isn't that the ideal? Like, just a black box that you have no idea what's happening, but it works? So if something breaks, you have no idea how to fix it? It's the ideal nightmare. This doesn't look very good. It's like, it didn't fulfill the needs, and since you didn't know how it worked, you couldn't properly scale it up without it basically just being copy and pasting it 6 times and somehow trying to see if that would work. Okay, this iron is not looking good. But it should be fine. It's just this can eat up all the iron that I throw at it because of belts. So that's fine, even if it's a little less. This is backing up now, that's good. Okay, good. Yeah, sounds like better planning than what I do. Oh, yes, I never actually scaled this up properly. Because I didn't plan ahead at all. This needs to scale up to be 6, not 2. my offloading is here. Minus the train signal. Control shift. I need to copy the belts as well. You should be fine. All of these merging together is inefficient, but it fulfills what I need right now, and now it will offload faster. And I need to do this with my copper as well. Maybe I just copy that. Wonderful. And my robots will make it work. And everything is happy. Except for the random ore that I'm glad I spotted, because those would have sat on those belts forever. Excellent. That's something I'm glad I did now instead of forgetting about. The iron is... I mean, that's red belt speed, which is what I was supplying before, so it's not slower. It's lacking up here, but that's fine for now. And this has hopefully fixed my steel problem. Ah, yes. I got distracted. I was making rails. Oh, I need twice as many rails. I forgot that I needed it to go up and down. I needed to be able to return. Oh, okay. Deliver me my stuff. That's not needed anymore. It's not been needed for a very long time. Didn't need any supports. Yeah. They'll be super helpful for me now. I mean, that power flux actually might be pretty good sooner than the beryllium. Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of research that feels like it comes in a little early. Like, you probably could do, like, core mining and just make it work. But with how early core mining is a red and green science. Like, that's such an early research. Oh, I have to break these. That's annoying. I know I could build a gate thing, but... Oh, that's the actual issue. Okay. But like, why would I build a gate when I can build elevated rails? Like, why would anybody choose a gate over a fun bridge? Like, I'd have to have something against bridges. Oh, my favorite. I guess, yeah. Yeah, I guess if you just if you don't intentionally delay till you have like 2 or 3 tiers later of like smelting capacity, I guess it does make sense. It just feels like way earlier than I would. I'm not good at the game, so. But way earlier than I'd be comfortable trying to set it up. I never set up a turn. Let's just do a 4-way intersection. I don't really have these organized very well. And it would definitely help to do the tileable stuff here. Oops. I'll get down to... I don't know if I should split these into 2 stations or not. I don't think there's any reason to split them into 2 because it will still have to refill, so I should probably build a station somewhat central. I'll do a 4-way intersection over here. Four-way intersection down about here should be good. Oh, my 4-way intersections include those. I probably should have made a different version. Yeah, I guess the big thing is like, I'm lazy. It's not even a justifiable level of laziness because it's not difficult to just go in here, create them in the correct location, like adjust them to the format that's being worked with. I just end up focused. I could do that. Oh. Yeah, the big issue with not tiling and trying to do it that way is if I place it out of view, it doesn't actually place the ghost, which is kind of funny. I'll figure out what I want to do here. I'd probably just have a station splitting off to the right and have all the oil come together over here. Like, I think I'll definitely, well, depending on how tiling works across planets, I'll definitely make sure that I do it. Ooh, I should bring train. Do I want to bring train stuff to the cryo planet? Probably not. I don't think I need to move stuff far enough that I can justify it. Yet, until I'm trying to scale the stuff up a bit. Once I'm trying to scale up, that's when I'll need to consider trains. I don't have a proper blue... Oh wait, no, it is a 3-way intersection. That actually looks really good at a zoomed out distance. It looks a lot better than it looks when it's zoomed in. It looks a lot neater. I'll keep clicking that. 3-way intersection. Turn off here. This 3-way intersection does not work when I did not plan to place it there in the first place. So I should... Wait, can I scroll through that? Shift mouse wheel. When cursor, shift mouse wheel. Cool. So right above those rocks is where I need to start clearing the blueprint. That's quite useful. That's where they will exit the train system. Then I'll build a station that will need me to blow up a bunch of stuff if I want it to be clean. I still don't have a proper station set up. Why is the station so bad? Because it's meant to be on the left and not the right, I guess. I mean, this station's useless. I guess I should try to think of how to make a station that can just be rotated. Because you can't flip them because of not being allowed to flip stations. I mean, if a station is just built as a... Not this, but basically this is a normal rail segment. And then setting up the station as a turn off and turn in as a part of a normal rail segment is probably what I should do. I'm gonna pick up... I'm gonna blow up some biters. And then pick up more rails. Okay, those ones probably want me to sit up there. Blowing up these biters is important, but... Okay, they're pretty close. Can I... Oh, I can rotate them. That saves the tiniest amount of time. Blow them all up. Yeah, expand... I guess... making a design for station segments might be what I should do. Build Lego stations or mega blocks or whatever, various Lincoln logs, a little bit more old. Yeah, I guess I'll try to build a station at here that, ignoring the loading and unloading of the trains, should be flexible. I'm here to pick up rails and dump some garbage. I have rails here. I've got like all those. I'm gonna request from my robot. I'm pretty sure I changed that to one big electric. It should be 100 times this. Yes. And I thought I changed the name of that. Okay, I just can't change the name of that. Just trying to locate my... I thought I had a logistic group for the substations. There it is. Entrance. Yeah, you mentioned working with a bunch of 90 degrees. I'm gonna do this. So like, this is the train thing. That's the entrance. That's the exit, and then you build your stops sort of like... Do you build your stops sort of like that? That then somehow feed back into the... Okay, yeah, so not turning away. That makes more sense to turn in the direction of the exit. So kind of basically not this, but basically this. Just more tailored to actually loading them and not just sitting there. These are probably too long for an actual station. I would cut them there. But yeah, I guess if I actually make the length correct, that would be pretty easy to set up. And then if you need more stops, it's pretty easy to improve. I see that. I might fill up my inventory with all these big electric ingredients. My steel's kind of low. Actually, I knew that was a problem. Yeah. Which, if I use this as a reference point, this length in the middle is... Yep. This is way too long, given that that's like 30 something total. That's 29, and I'm working with 36. It's not as much longer. It's not as much beyond the necessary as I expected. I should fix this, honestly. I should make that a four-way intersection at some point. That is quite a long setup compared to what I was working with. I guess I should... Yeah, I should work on multiples of 36. Given that... Well, actually wait, is the 120 by 40 talking about the, like, grid size? Or talking about number of rail tiles? I assume it's grid size because that's the easier than counting them. Yeah. I'm gonna need probably... Did I just delete that? I don't think I should have. But it looks like I did. Can I... Nope. Oh well. It was not an important station anyway. Yeah. Like 72, 144. That's a nice number. If it's just double. Okay, I'm gonna turn... I don't trust these robots to sort this out properly. -1 in logistics storage. It's quite impressive. And I mean, the stop itself not fitting the grid is... It doesn't feel like it's necessary to have the stop itself fit on the grid, just how it interacts with the main grid needs to be appropriate. Well, these will take a while to craft, but that's fine. It would be... I think it would be really restrictive if everything... Like, if you make all your stops go on a grid, it will just make... It just doesn't seem like it would be... optimal for each, like, loading area. Like, not that it makes a huge difference moving stuff a little further, but... Because of the nature of most resource sources, it's never going to look perfectly, like it's perfectly on the grid anyway, and it's not going to change anything efficiency-wise, so... Yeah. I guess, yeah, you can save stuff on building it in the first place, but while running it's different. I don't have landfills. I really don't want to run roboports all the way here, but I probably... No, I won't. It'll take so long for it to build via roboports, and it won't solve my immediate issue of lacking oil. It will take a very long time before I have oil if I rely on the roboports to gradually be built. Ooh, wait, this should be prioritized differently. Except I can't, because that's not how I built it. Okay, I guess I should change this. Actually prioritize the correct materials. And my landfill chest should be more than enough. Item melange, totally irrelevant. I guess it becomes more... It will become more and more important when more and more planets need to be built. Oh no. Numbers. I mean, funny numbers are always fun. Where am I? You know what? I should have a tank do this for me. I should set up a tank that I can fill with what I need, and then just move it whenever I think about it, and just have it gradually build while I do other stuff. I think that would be more efficient than what I'm doing. Ooh, yes, then I'm draining my batteries. Mechanically, this reminds me of like a concept of using there's a concept of using mirrors to get sunlight in, like, whether it's only in fiction or not, I don't know, but using mirrors to get sunlight into mountain valleys and stuff. And how one of the Batman movies had satellite mirrors to redirect sunlight around the globe. Being able to do that space exploration to have solar power in the middle of the night would be funny. Useless probably, but funny. Especially considering the infrastructural commitment just to have solar power all day. Okay, so I need more other things. Whoa. It's a lot of train stops. Yeah, when it gets to that point, yeah, you definitely need to embrace blueprints and not just build it poorly like I would normally. I think this maybe should be a four-way, no, three-way intersection's fine. I can run across if I want to. Probably better to have the intersection set up here instead, but for now, actually, having the stop, working from the three-way intersection to build the station blueprint might be the way to go. This is not a three-way intersection. This is a station. It's just maybe not ideal, but okay, that's it. Just complaining because of signals, probably. Ooh, yes. Slowly shipping in trains one at a time. Sounds painful. I am back here for the rail signals. Rail signals. And might as well grab... I don't need more stops. Yeah, like... slow shipment instead of just having them made in a vastly more convenient location. Oops. Too far. Yes, the issue with that is this. So if I try and think about... this is where the line ends for the dimension. This is where I need to treat as the cutoff. If I have the stations wiggle just... well, I'd have to... no, I have to work with that, because otherwise it's not actually flexible. If I clear this... and just do it exactly like this. How much space? This is, yeah, nowhere near the necessary scale, but how close is it? This is probably one cargo. Yeah, so doubling that should probably be fine. And that's not how the exit works. The exit has to go into here. Which helps a little. Not much, but a little. That's also not right. There's a lot wrong with that. I'm just looking at the eventual curve, because it looks to me like I can have one 36 tile long for the entrance, 36 tile for the exit, and that probably should work without anything required in the middle, which is simple enough. Okay, I get why the chain signals complain, because there's no signal for them to read sometimes. So that's entry. Then I want... Okay, so I'm going to replace this with the normal straight line for now, because then I can keep track more easily. Straight away, right here. Easiest to keep track of. Like if I think what I need is that as the entrance is enough, and then I can set up the rest. Like the entrance is that. Station entrance. Can this be flipped? It cannot be flipped. Do I need to consider flipping? No. It should only ever need to rotate, because it's always going to be coming from the right side, so that's fine. And I just deleted it. I do that a lot. Okay, just above that. Yes. I guess, yeah, that would... But at least that would be I need to add something to this station, which is good. A good point. Okay, that's the correct length. If I want the exit needs to... The exit needs me to work with this. Just to get a basic scale. First, can I research anything, or am I sitting here with nothing to research for a while? Okay, I'm sitting here with nothing to research for a while, that's fine. The station will be a lot longer than necessary for one stop. I guess I could make it feedback into itself, like, while still being in the correct tiles, almost. Like, I could have it move back that way, but I don't think I want to. But I probably don't want to make it too close. Good distance from the exit if you connect it to the right lane first. Like... I'm assuming not bring this into there to then give it an exit. That would necessitate a big clunky U-turn, which I guess is options. Which, can I do this vertical? That's probably not where it needs to go, but like, if I'm trying to figure out whether I want to do that sort of thing. I guess is what that might be what you mean. I'm not sure. To like make the first lane closer based off of the exit. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I'm mostly just stuck on trying to figure out whether I actually need it to be this long or if I should be trying to make it significantly shorter. Probably better to have it too long. That little extra inner lane's not bad. Just don't need it. If that's where it goes straight, then that's where it would turn. So if can't know there. So working based off of how that limits it, or how it limits it when it's here. Is this... It's not flippable. It's working off of that. It's kind of... I guess yes, because if you want it to go back onto there. Okay, so it's... I'm thinking too much... I'm still thinking too much about it as feeding it back right away, instead of thinking about it as multi-connected systems. So I think in this case I would just feed it back, but making the plan around that connection and then adjusting it to feed to the other lane as necessary would be... yeah. Like, as a blueprint, it's better to design it for this use case instead of the use case of feeding it to there. Because, yeah, that's always going to be easier. I think I should just shift it up, though. It'll give it more space that it doesn't need, but if I make it basically just shift it up so that it's in the second tile, that should be fine. Just right at the bottom is perfect. Vertical. Should be there. That's one too high. It should line up there to be part of the upper tile. Just trying to think about what I need to copy now. I think I need to copy up to there based on my previous. Yeah, I guess this could be further down, but yeah, this right here will leave space, or if I put an entire additional tile, it could fit maybe one, maybe two more trains. I think it would be one train, which should be correct. I have to press shift. I pressed a button. And okay, I have to not hold the C, which I never did before. First check, length is correct. And I need to shift. Station exit. Create blueprint. Inventory. Exit. Entrance. The entrance doesn't need those on the blueprint, but I'll leave it because it's not a problem. So these will work. And then clear the lower bit. Clear that end. And that's one. Rename it to station. That's one station block, which needs proper signals, which should go there. I connect that, and I want to run this straight. The signal needs to be up here. That should be fine. Yes. Oops, not that one. Control Z. Yes. Grids. Bane of everything. Mostly the bane of laziness. Oh, do I need to split, pull back in? I don't need to worry about signals on these. I don't like I mean, that's fine. I kind of wish I can adjust it. The station should probably be a little further up. I think how it is there just looks bad. Good thing I didn't save the blueprint yet. Station. Oh, wait. I should not save that as a block. I should save the straightaway as a block and the turns as blocks. Because otherwise it's not able to extend lengthwise. Yes, I should include those for the station in and outs, but Okay. Guess from here up. Modular station straight. Are these turns effectively the same? Yes, they are. They are not. They are, just positioned slightly differently. And maybe I selected the wrong... Oh, because that has this one, which is that one. Maybe I need to include that for it to... It'll overlap a bit, which... With how I'm doing this right now, it won't work for tiling. Because these are so small, but if I want to... I don't think I'm gonna worry about these. Yeah, I think for the moment... I'm just gonna... I already made the other one, I'm gonna make this at least. I really wish that was slightly different. Nope, that was one too far. I'll save it for now. Create it, put it there, here, here. Corner is whatever. Straight. Exit. Entrance. These are just there to keep them around. But yeah, making these... These are probably going to be too long. They are remarkably close to being the correct height. They don't line up. They don't line up anyway. Station. One train station. But I think that is easier to just connect them. Yeah, I think I will make a multi-train thing later. Also, my copy was not correct. That straight away, the corners that I've made for the module things are bad, so that was unnecessary. Those are going to get deleted pretty soon. I think for now I should just focus on one train stations, and then when I need a second one, it'll be easy to build, because I'll just plonk down the component parts and then work from there. But I should do this, where this needs to go about there, connect there. That doesn't look right, but I don't think it's wrong. I think it's just unavoidably that... No, that's correct. No, this is an output, so it always goes down. I didn't account for that properly, but it did fit after I moved it up. That's good. Okay, so those need to be updated. Entrance. I should do basic signal stuff. Okay, this is staying here as a part of the other stuff. So it's from the tile above there that I need to track. So I actually should leave that there for consistency. This is not a good signaling, but I will deal with it. That's fine. I need a signal there. A signal there. That one doesn't feel right. And I know why it doesn't. Okay. Signal there. This goes here. Which has its own issues because that's split. It's here that would need to go. Which will cause its own problems. I think this is always going to look weird because it's like a fraction of an intersection. Yeah. And like, if a train has to stop here, and it would have had to have stopped there because it's turning, it's better to have it stop here because then it won't miscommunicate if it's going straight, potentially. This is an exit, that's fine. This feels like it should go further back, but I'm gonna say it probably should go there. Then this side, that's a split. That goes there to there. This goes here to here. And this chain signal just goes that far? Except the chain signal's still complaining because... I don't know why. Generally it's fairly it's correct why it's complaining, but I don't know this specific reason. Oh, it's because it's reading to the right. No, it shouldn't be reading to the right. It should only be reading left, and that should be reading that. Is it because this is too short? Oh, it's because of the loopy mess, which gets fixed by that? It does. Okay. Oh. Do you have to remod it in a way that's... a challenge? I think I always like to put these here because that split is valuable, I think. I might not have done the same. I do have that there and that there. That one's bad. Or it looks bad when it's that close. I probably don't need it. Yeah. I kind of hate the small section, but that's probably for the best. That it's a small section where I'm leaving this temporarily for the purposes of... I guess if I keep the rock here, I can keep an eye on where I need to move. I don't know how modding in Kerbal Space Program works, but I assume it isn't as simple as various convenient mod loaders and stuff. Because some games actually, you'll find easy ways to do mod stuff with them, like even slightly more niche than Minecraft. Like there's a Pathfinder, Kingmaker, and Wrath of the Righteous. Fun games. Well, I've never played Kingmaker because it's old and clunky in weird ways. It's not even that old. But they have convenient things where you can easily see what you have loaded and what you don't. This is not needed here. that was there as a relic. That's probably fine. That's fine. I just need to remember where to copy upwards from, which should be right here. Okay, I think those look good. So, station entrance, select new contents, starting from right above the rock. That's too far down. And then I stop here, I think. Give me the snap. It's slightly short. Don't know why it's slightly short. Should I grab... It shouldn't be that, though. That tile's definitely not part of the grid. It must be one tile further up. That should be the correct one, I think. As far right... I get the... Oh, equivalent over there. Okay, save that. Station, exit. Select new contents. If I select from... Oh, it's gonna have over... Yeah, like a signal at the entrance there. Or some variety. Snap to grid is the correct length. I'm gonna leave that there just so that I have the length. Yeah. Looking at this, I definitely... When I connect this, I need... Oh no, that'll be fine, I think. If it's controlled by these, they will exit if this is clear. One at that point could be... I could see it once that's connected, why it would be useful to separate. I already have that there. Okay, I've been messing with trains for a very long time now. Too far down. Didn't delete it accidentally, that's good. Now this is an oil station. And I need to get to collecting oil. I don't have automation for pump jacks. Do I have a requester for pump jacks? I hope I do. I do not. Yeah, like... It has a lot of things that felt like they could be wrong. I think it should... I guess if it's just moving the chain signal up here... Moving the chain signal up here, moving that over there would make that intersection fine, I guess. Which I can do when I get back, if I don't forget. Okay, that's looking good. Idle stuff is not a problem, as long as it's not because stuff is broken. And given that these are full belts, it's not broken. That doesn't look right. And that would be why. And it trickled down and caused issues for the rest of it. That's fine. That will fix itself eventually, I hope. I probably should have not just copy-pasted and left, and I should have actually verified that it lined up properly, but... It's my own poor choices. Oh, why is this not going? Oh, it's out of stone. because it's low priority, that's fine. Ooh. Like, setting up. Using... You can set up blueprints that make use of parameters so that you can just copy and paste it and it will work for what you need it to work for. This does not look great here. It's currently running with us just because it happens to have enough. Okay. Oh yes, this was going to be... That's kind of inconvenient. That's gonna make power near here. My water input is top and bottom. So I could probably rotate it, and that would be the best way to plan that. Yes. That will go there. Don't get hit by a train. I should be paying more attention. Again, I'm not filling this up because the stuff that I'm trying to fill it up with, I don't have auto crafting because I am delaying. Okay. That's pretty cool. So it's, instead of having to like, you set the item and then shift right click and then shift left click as necessary, you just set the item and it does it all. And I'm assuming it doesn't need... Or does it just work with circuits? Or is it some other mechanism I was trying to figure out? Pump jacks. Small electric motors. Pipes. 'Cause the only thing I can guess would be doing something using circuits to read stuff and... Oh, that's kind of cool. I'm surprised that it would be so convenient. I need steel. 15. Well, not like... It's not exactly a crazy convenience. It's just the fact that you don't have to make a bunch of... You know, let's just make... I don't know. How much does he stack to? 20? Give me 60. Okay, first. This is pump jack. Give me 60 pump jacks worth of material. Robot. Wonderful. Should I go here just briefly? Yeah, blue. My blue, because blue. If I spend a moment to look at this while these are providing them, if I were to take... Yeah, if I were to take this... Oh! Interesting. I guess you need to set a recipe. Name thing. Ingredient. Okay. I'm not going to look at that now because it's not useful yet, but I could see on a very broad level how that would work. It is kind of funny that you have to have something in it to begin with for it to be able to parameterize. Whatever. Like, you can't just have a blank thing. It has to actually have a recipe already there. Which is, it's slightly unfortunate that you need to start with a blueprint that has those, has something in it to begin with. It'd be better if it didn't need that. This will be oil pickup, which is called oil. I should probably change it. It should be fluid pickup, probably. Okay, so that will be fine. How's my cloud? The cloud's fine. These won't aggro from pollution, right? It's just the nests that spawn stuff that eventually get launched. I did forget that I still haven't built the wall over here yet. So I have to be careful about this. Okay. I guess it would just be nice if there's a way for it to, like, you could choose to just sort of insert something into that slot. Big robozone-less zone. There. This is just pump jacks and pumps. So pump. Do I not have a pump? I haven't checked. Okay, that looks like I should be automating pumps already. It would be weird to have that many if they weren't automated. Pumps, pipes. This should fix my oil for a little bit, which will be quite good. I will have to worry about biters, because there are... I'll have to expand my defensive line from here to over there, but this whole wall won't be necessary, which means the elevated rails won't be necessary, which is such a shame. I love elevated rails. They're such a fun and pretty simple thing to have added. Can I click here and just sort of drag? No. Extract, bring it over here. Bring it there. I think pump jacks are unfortunate. What? Space exploration, it wouldn't be relevant. It'd be so nice if there was just, oh, place this big object and it magically, via technology, collects from all of the different sources to not need to place every individual pump jack. Okay. So it will fill here. And if I remember, I need 1, 2, 3, and there's no need for more than that. These trains are... The fluid trains are a little unfortunate, I think, with how they work. They're just slightly awkward. What's that? Oh. Is it really a meme if it's maybe the best way to approach the issue? Just connect everything with a huge array of lazy pipes from a blueprint. Probably a lot less painful. I guess just because something's true doesn't mean it isn't a meme. Or it can't be a meme, so... That looks bad. There. That's gonna... Why do I not have power? Where's the power disconnect? Probably right at the start, actually. Right here. Yup. Predictable. So that will get populated for free. And now... I really hate pump jacks. I've never done this many pump jacks at once. And it just gets more fun the more you have to do. And that looks like all of them. 34 pump jacks. That's not even that many. Mathematically, 10? No, it's not worth it. It's better to just use pipes at this range. It looks bad, but... that might actually be worth... No, it's not worth it at all. Yes. The beacons will be... Oh, that's weird. The beacons will be my saving grace. So, if you're recreating the Martian in Kerbal Space Program, are you gonna strand one of the Kerbal people and just try to force them to Force is a weird thing in a game like that. It's such a sandbox. You can have the Kerbal guy figure out their way back from Kerbal Mars. Okay, power still hasn't connected. That's in range. Is this Roboport disconnected, or are the robots really slow? Doesn't look like any robots are coming, because I don't have power poles in my system. I forgot that I'm bad. You definitely do need to say it, because I would have forgotten, despite having them all in my inventory. I would have left. It wouldn't have been a problem for maybe a few hours, and then eventually it would have been a problem, and I would have realized, hey, maybe I should put those modules in. Still only module level 1, but... I think I got them all. Okay, they are working. They don't have a tank to build up a buffer yet, so I need to do that, and then it's basically ready. It'd be funny in a game like Kerbal Space Program if you could somehow leave one of the Kerbal peoples behind and they don't just succumb to the isolated life on the planet. Or I assume any space accident in that game kind of just means guaranteed death for the poor little guys. I got distracted by myself reading about the Martian. I am here for tanks, which are up this way. My proudest crafting setup. My favorite by far. I love this terrible build. Very simple, very terrible. Oh, I assumed they would just sort of cease to exist when left there, but if they actually just kind of twiddle their thumbs and just have a good time. I'm gonna make... Oops, I forgot I need to actually flip that. Oops, too close. Flip it. More buffer than I need. I kind of love and hate fluids in this game. Like, it's nice that they're so simple. Ignoring the weird older versions with how they distribute, but it's also kind of anticlimactic how simple they are. Ooh, now is the time actually to improve my I'm gonna call them fluid train setups. Because the current setup is slightly limiting. Like, it's completely fine, it's just I don't have these... They don't have a setup for the depot. And if I want to have the depot, I probably want to deal with properly setting up. This doesn't look right. I'm missing a... I mean, it's fine. I probably should put a different, Oh, wow, yeah, I only have a stop here and here. That's the only thing separating it. It's totally fine, it's just not, doesn't look right. Which, I mean, this oil is so bad right now that this is a good time to try to figure out the setup. So the refuel is set up. Depot, I can just add, probably. Then I need fluid drop-off. Fluid drop-off, which is just copying the other one. Okay, it's been a while. I'm gonna save that briefly. If I look at the other train, this drop-off, cargo, that greater than 0, and then that item parameter greater than something, which I think I can do with fluids. Fluid parameter greater than 0, then fluid parameter space drop off is all I need, I think. And wait until fluid count equals 0? Is there no empty fluid condition? Empty cargo counts? Empty cargo should count. Unless fluids don't count as cargo, which really wouldn't surprise me. So, I'll see if it breaks. I'll hope it won't. That's the fluid drop-off, which means this, I need to change these to fluid. And then they go to fluid pickup, which fluid pickup, remove oil. I'm just gonna let that sit there. Remove those, add fluid pickup, and then when it has the fluid and it is full cargo, it will then go to the interrupts. Yeah. If it gets stuck, I should notice it eventually. And I don't have the oil drop off, that's fine. Which just means oil icon, drop off. That's a space. That's not a space. Okay. Boom. It's now starting to move a bit early. There's a flaw in how I implemented that one specifically, but that's fine. Yes. I need to not forget train limits. Very important. But let's see if it behaves for now. I also only have one train on this line right now, so I need to add another. I need to connect the other. Yeah, it's already pretty not full. This one is train limit. I could set up a double train limit, but it's not necessary. This needs to be renamed to fluid pickup. My other oil train, which is here, will need to be renamed. This is fluid pickup. This is fluid. I wish it would stay where it was, but that's fine. Okay. Where is the fluid train right now? There it is. I'm just going to observe it for a little bit. I can't click it. There. It should fill reasonably quickly. It should fill very quickly. Because I have a buffer. Yeah, like it makes sense why it moved. I just wish somehow it didn't. Okay, the drop-off is presumably full right now. Yes, the drop-off is currently occupied. I'm gonna let it sit for a little bit longer. One issue currently with my current bad setup that will be fixed by having more trains is this train won't go here. It will go to one of the other two, which is a shame, but having more trains is all I need. And at the depots, I just need a fluid train blueprint. Which means keep the trains, fluid train, remove the fuel, and that's that. Train no fuel, train no fuel. This should be empty soon. Yes, I should be able to... two or three more trains. Fluid trains should be fine. I probably don't need different depots. That would be silly. I should just let it sit. It's probably fine. And I need more trains. And having the trains moving... Where is my train chest? This has one train, but I have more than that. Oh, I didn't change the color. I wanted these to be... Oh, destination stop. Okay. I want to change that to reflect that it's not... I was going to go with oil colors, but it's actually probably better to go blue because water's a fluid that I'm never going to ship by train, but... Oh. Yes. I forgot. Different type of tank. Yeah, it just needs planning. I'm gonna steal some gear wheels while I'm here. I need to think about... Like, the only other thing that I would think of would be... If I wanted to be like, okay, a lot of my oil's over here, so make a oil depot here for them instead. Just to keep them closer, but that's not relevant on the scale of an entire planet. That would only potentially be relevant on, like, small scale. There goes the train. Heading over to there. This train is working. And the cargo inventory gauge does work, so that is perfect. Okay, today I still want to do more I'm still stuck on stone because I don't know if I actually can supply it reasonably. I guess I can make a lot of landfills and just make a lot of landfills if necessary. Which might be for the best. Yeah, landfills. It's a weird recipe. Yeah, just set up an emergency filter where if this gets too full, it starts converting excess stone to landfills. Yeah, I'm mostly just thinking about the what feels to me like it might be inevitable of stone being inconsistent sometimes. It feels like it's the most likely to cause a problem. And having this as a failsafe for if, like, these fill up but I still need iron and copper, which is unlikely. It's fairly unlikely that I'll still need copper if these stop running. I probably short term just feed the stone into my input. My current stone input comes from here, which is excess stone could go into this, but I'm doing stone bricks right now. I could just copy this, make more circuit production, but then the plastic becomes an issue. Yeah, it is definitely hoping that the core miners are not vital. How do I want to do it? Temporarily, I could... It'd be a bad setup, and it would be terrible long term. Short term, I could just feed the stone bricks right up here, just for the green circuits, and I could scale up the green circuits, and it would consume more. So I probably should do that anyway. Even if I don't necessarily need it, I probably should build it. Because it will build itself, mostly. I think that was correct. Obviously upgrading to the higher tier assemblers would be better. I already laid this out, so I wanted to make use of the space that I set up. It's really surprising to me that Oh, it's because of the production, isn't it? It was surprising to me that that many green circuits could supply that many reds. But the production makes it more efficient. Where it's making each of these produces almost 10 times the number one of these is using. Makes sense. Yeah. And if you actually have proper production of greens, it's less likely to pose an issue. Where I think in my last playthrough, my production for... I bet I don't have any reds, huh? My production for greens was pretty bad. So the greens were a problem, where here the greens have rarely been an issue. Though they would become an issue if I scaled up this. Okay. This is sitting here, that's actually fine. I will set the recipe for the future. And also, I could always use landfills. So having some of those processed based off of hold all belts. This is okay, about 100 belts. Enabled if stone is greater than like 490. It might never turn on because that might be too high, but if it never turns on, that's ideal. Except I did the wrong enable disable. If those never turn on, that's fine. This is set up a stone drop-off. No pickup. I need to build the pulverizer station as well. Yes. It would be better for this emergency backup system. It would be better for this to turn on when the core miner is under threat of being backed up, which is not controlled by this. This is not an accurate restriction. This has been bugging me. Really not... I hate that so much, but that's bugging me. I should build the actual place for pulverizers to go, which means that I need a pulverizer. I need 15 pulverizers based on current scale, and it's gonna have to scale up however much more with each core miner, so I need a lot of space, but starting with 16 is a safe level. 15, but 16's too, it looks better. You can just landfill more directly. I guess, yes, I didn't... If you can just landfill right away, that's way better as an emergency control. But either way, pulverizer, pipes, concrete, those are pretty cheap, just annoying to craft by hand. Fifteen concrete. 15 iron plates. And those are... Oops. Okay, I want... Oh my goodness, and I need 15 of them. These numbers couldn't be more intentional if they tried. Where am I gonna pulverize? I mean, I could pulverize here. I could build a station here and hard connect it to this miner later just because I can. Seems like a bad idea though. Might be better to go somewhere with more space. Like over here. This is not good space, a lot of trees. This I want to scale. This wants space to go downwards. This wants space to go down, space to go down. There is a lot of space here. But I want a station there. You mean fitting it here? I mean, if I accept eventually landfilling an ocean, which I don't really want to do, I could build it anywhere. But if here is the mining spot that I should work around, it should be fine. Once I get the pulverizers, I'll be able to check it properly as well. I should have asked for 16 of these because then it would look better, but... Okay, these pulverizers consume... Oh, is it 40 per sec? Is it 10 seconds per? Maybe I did the math wrong. Maybe I was looking at the numbers incorrectly. Fragment. Fragment. Not barrel, normal fragment. Iridite, no. Give me a normal fragment. Used in core fragment. 10 seconds, 20. I get how it works. I get the system behind how this is all set up. It is annoying when there's a 20-second crafting time on something that can only be done in a pulverizer, so it will never be slower by default than 10 seconds until you add stuff to slow it down. I know it's because of shared crafting recipes between different machines. It's just unfortunate when it's something that can only be done in one machine, and so it's harder to judge the number needed. Okay, this will be fine to start. I will want space, and I will want to fill these. These will be doing basic fragment processing, which will be 2 per second. Yeah, I think 8 is better math. Oh, and I do need to output. I can output those. Oh, the outputs are ugly. Not terrible. You can kind of mix them up. Have main outputs and have water shared between them. That, and then undergrounding them as necessary. Ooh, wait, is that? No, it is one tile. Oh, it said okay, yeah. It said I can't do this to share the stuff, so it probably all needs to go out. Except for the water. The water can go on level 1, level 2, level 3. That's the most basic liquid removal that I can think of. There could be a world where it would be better to pull from there. That feels a lot more prone to accidents. I think it looks better. Yes, I didn't even consider that more space would be good, but it is definitely true. More space would probably be beneficial. And this can... I'm pretty sure the amount can be fed by blue belts. Though... it's probably... it might be better to go... with the intention that it might need to get larger. Difficult. Yeah. I'm just wondering if long term it would be worth this, because short term this just means additional belts and a splitter, and long term it means not having to move stuff. Beacons are a very good point. What's this? This is a sample beacon. Yeah. Which belts could work. Or undergrounds could make that work. Yeah. Yeah, something like 30... I think the game is... I don't know if the wiki that exists is accurate, and I don't look at it. I just looked at it today. Because I didn't know the output of the core miner. Like 36 core miners is not significant. It is more, but it's not like meaningfully more. And I'm not going to have that many anytime soon. Then if I want to have... if I were placing these small beacons, just as a reference, 2 tiles, meaning... I mean, that would hit both. I think beacons won't be too hard to do eventually. Just pick it up. I'll just leave it simple for now. Yeah, if I have to plan if I have to do it differently with beacons, then I can adjust them. Yeah, it's... not really super fast. Yeah, actually, if I get 4, 2x, currently it produces 15 per second. So 30 per second is still only a red belt worth of material per second. Okay, this is 4 per second, which I was gonna check with speed upgrades, because I think grabbing the speed upgrades is faster than trying to do the math. Whether I need to run speed upgrades or not is... I don't think I will need speed upgrades. I just want to get an idea. 3.6, so 4 is way more than enough. I feel like speed upgrades are not necessary. I only need blue input. And then I need 5 types of item outputs, which probably won't be... it'll probably be slightly filtered. There's options of dumping it into chests and then pulling it out of the chests with more space. Ooh, that would fit pretty well, actually. Like a big warehouse here, shared between 2 pulverizers, would be pretty easy. Yeah, sushi belts are fun too. If I were to just offload onto here, probably connect 2 of these. Assuming this won't cause some complaint, because I don't see why it should. That's not it. Mostly I like the space of this, but... that only splits 5, which means the last will be here, which is fine. The only issue with that is it looks bad. I could also have a splitter there, and that would still look bad, but less bad than the other option. So you could split right output to iron, copper, stone. Oh wait, it's not that many outputs. It's 5, which is, this is too many. Yeah. I'm overly focused on making it symmetrical. So I only need 5 total. 1, 2, which only needs 4 splitters. Which means I need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And then it will go up. That won't look bad. Not great. It's just not bad. Next step is coal. Actually, I should go by the ratio. Iron, copper, stone, coal. I lost the iron one. Iron, copper, stone, coal last, and then the last one is the uranium. That should work. It's not fully utilizing the belt, but it shouldn't need to... and then, well, yeah. Like... works. That won't work, that's not what it is, but... I think that will lay out better. And it all feeds. If I... the only issue with this is how it will look. Which I guess basically means I just need to cut that short. Treat this as an end. And shift it left. This is 4. I'll do 12 just because I can. And then I'll just... this is also not the... I'm gonna say this is not the right location, but honestly, probably good enough. And I can go up there, splitter. Yeah. That will... probably be for the better plan. This... okay, this is this. I need to cut that, move it here. That's the only... I should probably accept... no, it's probably better to worry more about the items, worrying more about the items than the fluids. So having that, actually should copy that. Having the items work better is more important than the fluids, because the fluids are magic. It doesn't look the best, but that's not the most important thing. Actually having this whole area set up this way is, oops, probably better. And this can alternate, I think. Not quite far enough. It can still alternate, I think, to... merge these. Though it's probably better to merge it more carefully, but on this scale I think that works. That should sort it all, that should distribute it. Where do I want to put this? Whatever. Don't think that layout will be a problem. Power in the middle will be annoying. I think the total unspeed upgraded, it should be 1 item per second. It should be fine. Oh, it might not even be 1 item per second. No, so it's 2 are processed per second, which works out to 2.8 based on the 0.8s adding up. 0.8, 1.6 to 2.8 per second. 2.8 per second per pulverizer shouldn't overwhelm the belts, I think. I could try to... I could pick up my core miner and just connect it here in a minute. And just do the train station based core miner later. Ugh, I don't like that. What just push? Oh, rocks. Okay, temporarily I'm gonna just steal from here. I'm gonna run up and over. That's not the right height. That was weird. Jetpacking interacts weirdly with some items. Because it, as you move up, your character moves up and is sometimes treated as an object, but then once you've ascended, you're no longer treated the same way. It's very odd. Okay, if I flip it, wait, place it. Yeah, feed modules will mess with that math. But it should be flexible enough that I can sort it as necessary, because once these are running... Watch me run this further, just to look better. Fitting stuff into the sorted stuff will be easy. Which is maybe what you meant initially, but... I feel like aesthetically it's not worth it. But for laziness, it's worth it. Okay. Big power poles connect here and run straight to the right. Those are full power. Wonderful. Yeah, it's going. Actually, I was just thinking about trying to merge them after, but yeah, having this go here. Well, for the final point, this is better. But as the belt might get overloaded, running it this way might be better long term. Because then I can have a couple teeth along the way that can easily feed into each other post sorting instead of... I can do that later if necessary. There's no reason to preemptively... make it different. Yeah, I'm just having the teeth here that then could feed in. If these belts before the teeth become overloaded, having another set, I'm pointing at it with my hands, which doesn't work, but if I have another set further back that then merges into there, having them all be in a line would at least look nice. That's not correct. Well, that is correct. I just need to think a little more. I don't want to do that. That's not symmetrical enough. That looks bad. Center, and then 2 above, 2 below. This needs to be one further. That should work. Oh wait, no, if I have belts, then this should merge just fine. That's all my belts that I'm carrying. That's not an issue. These should all be feeding in to their split belts that I can then deal with, but I want to test it. I want to see how it runs right now. That flickering is awful. We really need to not have it do that somehow, which is by outputting into a chest, but... Well... You can, I was gonna say avoid the spaghetti, but the spaghetti comes out eventually. And since you're not spaghetti everywhere else, you're spaghetti there. Let's just do a strong box, why not? I do like how that looks. I wish this bit was a little more symmetrical, and maybe it's possible, but... Oh, that's not... Nope. Nope. I hate 2x2. 2x2 looks bad. Three by three is better in every way. Okay, this is not going to operate for very long. It's not it's a 4x4. Oh no. I thought it was a... I thought it would jump up to 3x3. I forgot. Is this at least a 6x6? Please be a 6x6. I just don't know where I have any place down to check. There. Please? No, it's all even. And the 6x6 is even. I hate it so much. Why can't they make it an odd number? Oh, I hate it. Oh, that's so sad. It is the ultimate Factorio tragedy. Okay. I'm so glad this prevents flickering though. That is so important. And now I get to see it work. And I don't actually have anywhere for the fluids to go, so it will die pretty quickly, but that's not important. It also takes 20 seconds. I have tanks. This is entirely temporary. Just to sort of see it work. The water. Ooh. I didn't account for that. I can adjust, I think. Ooh, it doesn't work. I can make it work. It's fine. I can do like that. And I think it's still better than the other setup I was working with, but I got too focused on the physical item outputs. Yeah, it died real quick. That's not surprising. But that is pretty cool to look at. Oh, well, like, none of this water... Oh, is this too much item output? Maybe? Could I do it if I... Because these would actually not... I didn't pay enough attention. These don't actually reach from here to here. I would need to ditch inserters, which is actually probably fine. If I ditch those inserters, it probably works. It just needs a different design. And if it's the two middle ones, it should distribute evenly enough as long as the inputs are even enough. That should be fine. Yes. Ooh, wait, yeah, actually, you said... When do... Oh. Oh, wait. I know you mean the, green guys. I'm sad that the, like, stack inserters are space age and not base vanilla game. Yes, I need to copy this over here. That. Here. And that, I think, is the liquids. Yeah. I do really wish there were stack inserters, because the way stack inserters worked was so much fun. And such a huge problem once you eventually got to them, and none of the stuff that you had designed was meant to handle that supply, but not yet. I think I was going to link them at one of the ends. I can probably link water at this end. Probably not in one. Yeah, probably needs two, which will look better like that. Now I just need to link pyro. Which I might just do the... That's an unnecessary addition, I just thought it would look better. Temporarily, that's how that will be connected. They should all be connected now. I just need outputs, but that's easy. Lower, oh yes. Lower left oil functions because I set up the entire bottom oil to link directly upwards, which breaks the symmetry. But it all ships directly up here, which is not connected at the top. That is lucky that it worked. Now it's all connected. All the water looks to be connected. I think all those fluids are fine. Yeah, the biggest issue, the stations. I need to get some landfills. I think this is a case where I need a bunch of fluid stations. I need 3 fluid stations. And this will all work with those modular stuff. Yeah, much easier with the copy-paste station setup. Which will still be slightly awkward compared to the potential ideal, but... Is water evaporation just steam? Because if it's just the steam thing, then I have it already. If it's the steam boiler process. And if it's the pyro... whatever the pyro stuff is called, I keep forgetting. I think that's just within core mining. The dousing, pyroflux. It's the flux that I forget. Water drop with an X on it is pretty funny as an icon. Evap. Oh yeah, just evaporate it. Yeah. I mean, I could ship it over to this, but that is kind of overkill. Because it's water and you have infinite water on Nauvis, so there's absolutely no reason to worry about it. This will all have to go up or down. I guess I'll have to make an electric boiler. It would certainly be good to have an electric boiler to work with. Whoop. Build a station. Train station entrance. Oop, that's not good. Turn that off. Save blueprint. That's not on. Good. So. I could just sort of place it down. And clear away those. It would work. It would not necessarily be ideal because it's not set up for tiling, and I think for Nauvis it's going to suffer, but the only issue here is I need to verify. Oh yeah, fusion. Bunch of question marks because it's not in this mod. Yeah, okay, so that's the point that I need to look at for the exit, and I didn't leave myself enough space, I think. I just probably do the station further down. I make the entrance here, the exit there, that'll be fine. These power poles are bugging me. In fact, they don't line up the same. Right there. That doesn't look right, but I think it is. Oh. Yeah. It's a little funny around the edges. It looks like when you try to do like a color, try to select based on a color and it's just off on any sort of Photoshop or equivalent. It's just sort of like the, I don't know, feathered edges or whatever. This kind of, the belt kind of messes with it, but this will get built just fine. I might need more space, but the actual, did I? This game has a few things that bug me. Most of which is that you can kind of, you make a blueprint, you hit Q, you delete the blueprint accidentally. And it bugs me a lot. Okay, now to get to work on making the station again. That's not part of the station. Copy the top bit. This will be called station. That should be what I'm looking for. One train. Unless I have it saved and it's just called something silly. It's still nonetheless... Nope, I don't. It's still an annoying trait that I wish didn't occur. But... Oopsie, pressed V? Or X? X, okay. Train, station, rotate it. One. How much space do I want? Probably a little bit. Make it 2 steps apart from there. 1, 2 step. 1, 2 step. 1, 2 steps. I will need landfill and rails. Bring that back on. Give me a bit of extra landfill here. Okay, that's looking good. If I evaporate the water, I might need another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 physical item stations. So those are these ones. And then I still need 2 liquid stations. Yeah, setting up proper load, which I guess I'm committed to the current 4 tile or 4 link trains. This is a load. That doesn't look right. No, that is correct. Okay. Train loading. Nope, that's not train loading. That's train unloading. This is train loading. Train loading. Okay, then I have to be careful not to press the letter Q on my keyboard, because it will just delete the blueprint. Train unloading. I should probably specify physical train unloading as opposed to liquid train unloading, but I can keep it straight in my head because it has a chest on the icon. Okay, this station is garbage. This is not useless, but I shouldn't use it. Depot segment is fine. These modular things are kind of worthless, I think. they'll just complicate it. So train loading is what I want here. Probably best to load from this side. Five, probably good to have. Extra robo ports. To help with construction. Get on that. Oop, that's not it. Substations are my best friend now. Very helpful. Yeah. Like, I'll have to... Actually, yeah, for the single belts where it's not... When it's not something messy... Like, this setup is kind of messy because it's a bunch of belts that could be distributed better, but if I'm not worrying about even distribution, then it's just copying... Leaving those in the area as well is probably nice, like this. That with splitters and the input. Train input. What is it? W slash belt with belts plus splitters. Place it there so I don't accidentally press the letter Q. And then that is easy. I mean, these single belt things are so much... Oh, okay, that's a mistake for this use case. Oops, wrong button. Good, didn't delete it. Still need it here. For the moment though, this copy and paste is better. So that's all the items laid out. Yeah. This will work. Probably. Like when I need to distribute stuff better, it will get ugly. But I mean, it's flexible. If I need more space, I can have more space. Not here, I don't have space to expand much, but the station is much more durable. So, how do I want to run these? Well, it doesn't matter, so I probably just run it the simplest way. Which is... just run them based on this. feel like I should increase the belts to like 600. I should grab myself at this point. And a couple extra of these. Oops, I would have died there. I was not paying attention to that train. I always cut that off one too soon. Too far. No, that's a mistake. And I mean, I need to connect it for the future-proofing, but this is probably not going to get connected to the train system very quickly. Oops, because it will waste trains. It won't. It'll just have a train sitting here and I just need to craft one more. No power because I never connected this side. These have not been built yet because they're in robo range. I'm glad that it's looking effective. The only flaw currently is the liquids. The liquids will be a problem because I don't want to set them up, but that's not actually an issue. I'm just lazy. Well, yeah, as long as they don't... I can't waste trains, I just need more depots. I should never have trains at these stops. I really shouldn't, but I guess I have 3 and it just cycles perfectly. Okay, how is this backlog? Excellent. This is actually going to work eventually. It doesn't fix itself when it gets into a backlog of stone, obviously, but wish these robots were a little bit faster. I really shouldn't be trusting these robots to do their jobs. Very slow. Yes. I would have their cap on priority 255. These are called all still station. None of these are specific yet. I doubt I will need anything higher priority than that, though. Oh, it is. Once it works through the stone, this is going to look great. Just the relatively small trickle of resources into the system. The only one of... I can't connect the coal yet, because I don't have a coal drop-off. So that will just backfill for a little bit until it stops everything, but it is quite cool to look at. It does highlight how little it's actually producing, though. Like, it's really not making all that much of any given resource. Kind of better than my iron mining, though. My iron is pretty bad. Well, they should make recipes for diamonds or something. just compress it all into unusable, practically worthless diamonds. That you can then, I don't know, throw into the ocean because they're worthless. Or crush them up and use them for, like, sawmills for lumber. Which is not what they would be used for. You'd use it for cutting stone and stuff, but... yeah, this is not too bad. Yeah, that pyroflux is very gradual. Just kind of like looking at it. But actually, was it? It must have been the coal. The coal isn't a good ratio for the steel ingot recipe. 500 molten iron is 24 ore. That's 24 and 8. It's not really a great ratio, actually, but it's... if you restrict the steel by the coal and the pyroflux, the iron is not relevant. This looks fine. I can let these sit for a while. It looks like my current processing doesn't keep up. But I think it should. No, this is 12 total, not 16. It's kind of half of what I needed, but it's not half. It's a little short, but because it looks so good how it is, I'm just gonna do that. Yeah, I needed 2 more actually, but it looks so nice that I'm gonna speed instead of building more. Except I'm full on oil here, that's not right. Ah. I missed a spot. And I probably did the same with the water? No. I don't have a void for the water. Because I didn't make the steam boiler yet. Okay, I need to do the steam boiler, because that's the easiest step. Heat shield, steel, copper. Oh yes, this won't be collecting anymore. I will have to adjust that eventually. Ooh, that was close. And did make my heart jump. It's a video game in the most minor way, but it did make me jump. Any upgrades? Like things I need to work on. What? Oh. This icon is bad. It looks like it's saying to break it. That confused me for a second. Yeah. Landfills are valuable. Ooh. I do also need to consider the station. I think I build 2 liquid stations. And then another station for dropping off core fragments. Because I forgot to that if I want to drop off core fragments, I will eventually need to have space to drop off core fragments. Huh? Oh, that makes sense. Just wasn't super visually clear. So I gotta get that all set up. So water should be dealt with, I think. Yes, water's dealt with. The oil I need to get shipping. The pyro I will ship, but I don't really need to rush being able to ship it. I probably can get away with like that. The oil I need to move sooner. This can sit for a little while. I need more landfills. I should build the train stations. I need more. I'll need more landfills. So this will be offloading fragments, which if necessary I could do on either side. It can go into there, it'll be fine. This is draining. Very slowly, but it is. These stations need to be... that one actually doesn't need to be prioritied. I can even actually label this one. This is core fragment drop off. These will both be generic fluid pickups, which will be easy. They will need to be higher priority than the oil, but I need more trains before that won't ruin my entire system. These will be coal pickup. No, these will all be just generic pickup stations. Coal has nowhere to go. Stone can be cooked, but then it has nowhere to go. Both of those are good how they are. They just need to be connected to the system. It's... Ooh, that's a lot more uranium than I was expecting. Not a lot of uranium, just... I don't know. I was kind of expecting 4 total, which is unreasonable, but... Yeah, it's quite slow. It is basically free. And it's an interesting way to get the pyroflux, but... Oh yes, it will. And if I don't stay on top of it, it will fill... The uranium will fill up at the worst possible time, like... I'll be far away, I will want pyroflux for a small amount of steel or something silly like that. And it will cause a problem. Which, honestly, it feels unlikely that any of this will actually cause a problem if it's shut down. Because it's such a... Relative to mining, it's such a minor supply of resources. I guess you're still very excited for those updates. Yeah. Like, the core miner will ease the resource consumption of other, like, limited resources, but not hugely. No, not the circuits. I kind of want to see. Oh, okay, so I definitely can't feed from that, which means the circuit reading the chest is probably the way to go. Iron, stone, and copper. Let's craft the whole thing. Yeah, if the chest gets beyond a certain point... Oh, that won't work, though. Because if I set it up here, then that won't work for the train refill. So I should judge it based on how full the belts are. That feels like the easiest. Maybe not the best, though. Actually, yeah, I'll go Pyro because that's the one I'm gonna delay setting up the longest. Probably. Mostly because it isn't that important yet. If this is greater than 24k, then play that, show an alert of Pyro, Core, Pyro, with volume low globally. Boom. I guess I could do both. Yeah, because I mean, if I set up the trains correctly, none of the others will ever cause issues. Where if I mean, if I set up the trains correctly, none of them ever should cause issues. If I'm setting one up here, it should be an even split amongst all of these. Which means that this is 50... Is it 50 or 100? 50. 50? For... I'm just going to round it down to 40 tiles. 2,000 plus 2,400. Okay, actually that's easy. 2,400. So 2,300. If uranium is greater than 2,300, then low volume global alert uranium core mining. That's not the right one. Might be. I just... Yes, that was the wrong one. Probably used the wrong one for the other one. There. That's the alert. It will let me know if it gets full. This had the wrong fragment. These are wrong ones. So, I can let this sit for a little while. The copper and iron, I think I can let it sit disconnected for a little longer because I need to locate my trains. Because I already have some trains crafted. I just don't know where. Locomotive. Over there. Don't know why. I think I can understand why now. Because it's close to the trains. So I'll set up... If I put in 3 more of these, connecting those should be fine. So those are there, that's a few extras. Now if I connect these, they will sit here doing nothing for a while, but they will do. They won't be a waste of time. It'll be a bigger buffer before this becomes a problem. I could connect this down. To the system, I could. And maybe I should. I do love how convenient these proper modular train schedules, like how convenient it is to just expand. It is so much better. Even on this scale, not even 120 stations scale. What is the copper? Why is it clumping? Oh, because it builds up and then gradually gets pulled out after collecting a bit. Yeah, that's why. Okay. Doesn't build up, but it just sits there. Oh yeah, just place everything down and you're basically good to go. Ooh, I didn't actually count for this. This is actually going to leave and go to the cooking system that is not set up to handle it. Oh well. Kind of always fun to think about different, very weird to think about, just the, I rarely watch stuff on a phone, which is just a personal preference. It's just kind of interesting to me. Think about on occasion. Go read on a phone. Oof. Here, and now there's another train. The train just got back just like you. So here. I wonder if this will become a problem. Or if priority stations have priority in leaving as well. I assume they don't. It's just a stop will be served first, which might mean they leave faster. Yeah, it is actually pretty solid iron. The only issue is I'm not using it properly, and it will potentially be an issue, which would be solved by actually connecting this to steel processing in a better way, which is fine. See, I need to upgrade my steel. My steel's kind of bad, but also it's enough, so it's not actually bad. Okay, that's good. It's not 100%. Actually, this is a good test. I have a copper there. This copper is sitting. And I think that's it. This station's free, and it did come from here first, which is promising. It's so fun to look at. I don't know why, it's just very fun to see all these inserters just emptying a train car. This looks kind of slow. Because it's not outputting, that's why. Okay. Yeah. Like videos about dinosaurs talk, like videos where they show stuff off, sort of like Big Al or whatever, the Allosaurus with the messed up foot or toe was called. Like they probably got that when they were young and then they were fine till sort of adulthood. I mean, all animals are kind of different. I don't know. Like there's, I don't know how true it is. It's been a while since I've, like, can't you chop the arm off of, the Sea Star is not the name that I'm thinking of, but I think Sea Star gets the point across. You can chop an arm off and it will regrow. Like, plenty. There are animals that do similar stuff. Though surviving without a tail is kind of more impressive than like a lizard regrowing it, just because of balance reasons. Oh yeah, I mean, I probably should have stopped an hour and a half ago, but I wanted to get more progress done. I think this is... Ooh, okay, no, that's fine, that's fine. I don't know if there's anything else that I can do that isn't just kind of thinking about what to put in the rocket. The core mining is mostly functional. I don't have outputs for the fluids, but that can wait a little. The stone will be a problem very quickly. But other than that, it's working. Oh yeah, but like for dinosaurs not being like that, I'm mostly just saying from like a dinosaurs being wired differently, whatever, is sort of, everything has their own unique adaptations, and a dinosaur living without a tail is kind of impressive because of balance reasons, where if it regrew it, it would just be, oh, that's just what lizards do. Oh, it's quite nice to watch as both sides kind of mix. It's also not loud, it's very peaceful. Glass, yes. If I actually set up a glass system, that would be probably pretty valuable compared to trying to just smelt it all. Though, it's not actually that much stone, so I probably could get away with smelting it for now. And just shipping it all for various minor-ish components. So in terms of production, yeah, like, my stone production has gone up by maybe a little bit. It suggests about 500 per minute increase in stone production, which, unless it's from here, unless it was there to here, is more accurate. My stone production has not hugely increased. The only advantage of glass would be that I previously had a bad glass production setup. But now it's actually fine. Though a lot of glass is used in this. No, not a lot. 5 glass per control unit and it crafts really slowly. How much glass for low densities? 10 per low density. That is 1 per second drain from low densities. If I was crafting them non-stop would be pretty meaningful. Like, that does use a lot of glass, but I'm not crafting them that consistently. Because their main uses are currently being limited by, like, rocket control units and heat shielding. Other stuff is the limiting factor there. For most of this stuff. It's like, circuits are probably the most consistent drain. But the glass will spike in consumption whenever I need, like, hundreds or thousands of low densities. But on the dinosaur topic, the fact that deer and whatever are kind of seen, it's just sort of... I don't know if maybe the numbers are evened between them, but... deer do that, and therefore it's not that distinct from... dinosaurs, like, I don't know. I mean, they're big, and that might make it easier to survive off with relatively larger injuries. I don't really know. Biology's complicated. Which is why well, that's not really why I didn't study biology. I didn't study biology because it didn't interest me as much, but... biology is just very unpredictable. Still have that glass chest just sitting there, but it is actually an hour and 40 minutes after I probably should have stopped. Not that it's a desperate stopping time, I just should have stopped. I should save. And stop. Core mining needs a couple stations set up, needs the stone to be set up, but other than that, it's mostly there. I think the only thing else to do next, I guess it's not the only thing, I need to work on getting everything in a ship to fly to the Cryonite planet. I don't know if I can do that tomorrow, but that's the goal. And that's what I will aim for, launching tomorrow. Doubt I will launch. I bet I'll have it at least half full though. So yes, thanks for... they have a car on their spaceship. It's just standing out because it's bright pink. And they have an exit for it. That's kind of funny. It's quite cute. That's the end for today. Thanks for watching. Thanks for chatting. Dinosaurs are a lot of fun. Have a nice night, day, etc. Bye-bye. They're using their train to fuel their area. It's kind of interesting to think about. Yeah. Bye-bye.